Hello everyone, this is Dragon Ikari. I welcome you back to the Nexus of Realms. Happy New Year everybody, happy 2026. Somehow we made it through that very mixed and awkward year. For those of you that are unaware, this is a re-recording of a discussion we had on Wednesday due to an audio issue I had that kind of ruined the entire segment. So, without any other hope of recovering it, I just decided to proceed. Basically what happened is I bought some... For Christmas, I got a pair of earbuds for my PC. My intention behind this was to be able to record without picking up the speakers that I was using on my computer before, so that was kind of the direction I was going with this. Unfortunately, what I didn't know is these earbuds had microphones on them. And for some reason, when I hooked them up for the first time, my computer swapped over to the microphone on the earbuds. And if anybody knows anything about earbud microphones, they are very terrible. So as a result, the entire segment kind of got distorted so badly I couldn't fix it. So I just destroyed the whole thing and decided we'd do it again tonight. So here we are. Anyway, with that being said, I do want to just spend a little bit of time reminiscing over the last year. As you guys may or may not be aware, based on how much you've looked at my stuff before, I've had a very mixed 2025 in general. Most of these stuff having to do with stuff taking place outside of my streams, mostly involving real-life stuff for the most part. As some of you know, I lost 2 pets. I lost my cat Mia in December of 2025, as well as I lost my bearded dragon Terra towards the end of November. In addition, I'm suffering from a number of chronic health issues, which kind of explains sometimes my sporadic schedule with the stream. And my work, my real life work, has been extremely difficult for the last year or so. So it's all kind of come about to be a rather rough end. However, on the streaming end of things, I would say I'm happy with how things have come across. So before we proceed, I just want to talk about a few of those things that I feel like I've accomplished this year. I got a handy dandy list to help me do it. What can I say? I work in IT. I'm used to making presentations and lists, so we're just gonna go with this, even if it's a little strange for a streaming platform, I suppose. So the biggest thing that happened was the restarting of the stream after my original hiatus. As back in when we were streaming patch 7.0 and trying to get through the raid tier, I took a break after the M4S clear. This was for a number of reasons. Sad to say, I kind of fell into the trap that a lot of streamers at my level tend to fall into, us on kind of the Z-lister end, where we don't have huge audiences or things like that. I allowed myself to get too caught up in the numbers, too much attention on the fact that I wasn't growing, the fact that nothing seemed to be happening, that I was putting a whole bunch of work and getting nothing in return on it. And it sort of put me in a rough mindset for a few months with it, so that's why I initially took that break on it. During that time, however, leading up to patch 7.2, when we started doing the M5 and above clears, I suddenly drifted down the rabbit hole of VTubers in general. For those of you who don't know, I became a VTuber in kind of a different capacity than I think a lot of people do. I became familiar with the technology first, and then over time, I was more interested in the format of the VTuber space rather than being that involved in the community or even watching very many VTubers myself. That changed in June of this year when I suddenly first fell down the rabbit hole with Kenya the Genius's Mega Man playthrough, which led me onto a huge rabbit hole of the VSojo stuff as well as the tangential popular VTubers around that space. which led to a lot of reinvigoration on my part of wanting to keep going and to try again. So that's what kind of led to where we're at now. In terms of my actual progression, not much has changed, but I'm a little less bothered by it all. At least it's not as bad as it was. From the time I restarted in June through the end of the year, I increased my follower count from the 50s range to the 80s range during that time frame. And though not a huge growth by any means, it is one of the highest increases I've seen in my channel since, because you gotta understand, this Twitch channel I've had for even before the COVID stuff. So that would be back, 2018 or so when I first did it. Now, I wasn't VTubing at that point, but I have been around doing this kind of thing for a little bit here. So just to see that happening at all is a big thing for me. Some of the other accomplishments I made included I revamped my previously thrown together assets into more consistent branding. I've revamped all my my studio, my various intros, start screens, be right back screens, my ending screens. I've created mobile versions of all that stuff, and it's been slow, but I'm happy with a lot of it, and I continue to hope to expand upon that as we continue to go along. The addition of edited videos and clips to YouTube and TikTok platforms, which was a big change from what I was doing before. I've started doing a lot of editing. I've been doing more editing on videos and clips and uploading to more platforms than I did before. The editing I'm doing is pretty amateur at best. It's nothing to, write home about or anything, but it is something I have done. I feel like I'm getting better each time I do it. The earlier edited videos compared to what I've started to do later has been a pretty good improvement, and I hope to keep kind of growing on that. I don't have any official training in video editing, so I've kind of had to learn through the ropes, simply because I don't have time to engage in a large number of lessons and things like that. So that's kind of the unfortunate thing here in this situation. So I'm learning as I go. I've added additional functionality to interactions through various additions of the throw feature and additional waypoint or channel point actions. This was kind of an important point for me to reach, and though I still don't have as many as I'd like, and I would like to accomplish more with that, I am happy to see those points, and that's strictly on Twitch right now because I don't have enough of functionality available on YouTube or any other platform to do much else right now. But I hope to continue to expand on that. The improvements to my models tracking and general functionality. This was kind of a big one because I've actually had this model for a couple of years now, and I never really bothered to actually see what it could do to try to improve the movement and the functionality and all that stuff that comes along with this. And though it's still not, there's still a lot I could do. It's going to just take me some more time and all that. And I also established dual stream functionality on YouTube, and though that's a relatively new thing now, I am happy that's working, and hopefully eventually we'll be able to do more on the YouTube side as well as everything else. So those are what I feel I've accomplished in 2025 on the streaming end of things. Now I want to talk about a little bit on what I want to do in 2026 specifically. Give me just a second. My water's running a little low, so I don't want to have my voice dry out before we get to the game tonight, so give me just a second. Okay, that's better. Anyway, now to look forward to 2026 and some of the stuff I'd like to see happen as I move forward here. To continue to improve the stream quality, more stream types, additional emotes, and interaction features, continue asset improvement and updated functionalities. To kind of give you an idea what I mean here, is currently I have the main gameplay, the gaming streams, as well as the general, and just sort of the general conversation streams like this, which are not very common, unfortunately, just because of time restraints and things like that. I would like to do some more stream types, maybe a little few more reaction things, or maybe a little bit more in-depth discussions on some things I find interesting, or things of that nature. I'm still running a little bit low on the emote side of things. I feel like I need to add some more stuff there as well, especially since I don't have anything set up for the higher tiers of subscriptions beyond tier 1. Which doesn't matter much right now, but eventually it might become something I need to be concerned with. That's another thing I need to do. And I want to continue to improve the assets in terms of features such as my various graphic interface. Like on the game side, I'm still using the same thrown together interface I kind of used before. And I sort of need to decide whether that's something that needs to be changed, or if there's something that works a little bit better. It's all stuff I'm kind of looking into in that regards. As well as I want to continue to update things such as the throw feature, point actions. I don't know if it's too early for me to be implementing any like bit-based rewards, but that might be something to consider as we move forward as well. Continue to increase follower range through multi-channel posting and interaction. I'm already doing that through YouTube and TikTok, as well as my continued activities on Twitch as well. I'd eventually like to extend into both Twitter and TikTok as far as the live streams are concerned eventually. The downside is, in order to multi-stream on those platforms, I need there are further requirements. I think on Twitter I have to actually pay for their premium service, which I have a few issues with doing. As well as TikTok requires you to have a certain amount of interaction beforehand. So a lot of these platforms are going to be focused more on the clips and things like that until I get to a point that I can do a little bit more with that. Continuing to focus on improving equipment in terms of both video quality, sound quality, and systems. So a lot of that has to do with my configuration, as I know my sound setup is not ideal. I've been running pretty heavily off of the speakers while using push-to-talk to sort of get around the fact that I can't stand traditional gaming headsets, so I don't really like them very much. They get really hot on my head, and I just have a hard time using them, so these, like the earbuds I'm using now, are kind of one way I'm trying to address that. And I know there's some issues with my mic in terms of probably the noise reduction and configuration I have set on it is probably not the best either. So that's all going to be stuff I'm going to have to figure out. I also don't have any like sound mixing software or other things, and I still run into issues with the videos. 1 second here. Okay, sorry about that. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, so I know there's still some issues with some of my video footage and things like that, just because I haven't been recording the footage. So when I've converted to YouTube things and shorts and things like that, they come out with some bitrate issues and things like that. I don't have like any sound mixing hardware or anything like that to help kind of add variety to that stuff, as well as my internet connection has a few issues that cause frame dropping in ways that I'm not usually expecting to see, but it can happen. So that's all stuff I'm looking into. It's all stuff I gotta do over time. I have added some a ring light and some other stuff to help with the tracking issues, and I hope to eventually move over to the iPhone tracking to improve some of the tracking in that area as well. So there's a lot of stuff I'd like to do there eventually. Attempt to retain a more consistent streaming schedule and release for videos. The fact of the matter is the health issues I mentioned earlier make streaming multiple times a week sometimes really difficult. Especially when I don't have the 14 raid night streams like I've had in the past. Which result in periods where if I just don't feel good, I just can't stream at all. And the other issue is that it takes me a really long time to get videos out. It just does. And despite my limited editing skills, even what little editing I do seems like it takes too long for me to do. So I don't know if there's some issue I'm having there or if I'm just not doing it in an efficient way, but I'm assuming that all that stuff will come in time, but that's kind of what I'd like to see happen as well. I'd like to get to the point where I have the 2 raid streams as well as 2 variety streams each week. So that'd be 4 days each week is kind of what I'm looking at right now, but we'll have to kind of see as I go into this year. I'm going to try to address some of the health issues and things like that, see if that helps me be able to do that. I've already touched on this sort of already, but I want to continue to improve my editing quality for both clips and videos. Though I've improved a little bit, I know there's a lot of stuff I still don't know how to do. And it takes me too long to do even things that probably shouldn't be so difficult. But I'll continue to work on that, and that's kind of one thing I'd like to do eventually. And then finally, a move towards an eventual 2.0 model development. Now, this is a long-term goal, and I'm not really sure that this is something that'll be accomplishable in 2026 or not, and we're going to have to kind of see on that. As some people may be aware, this model I'm using right now is kind of on the lower end. I got both the custom model and the rigging for about $800. And though there's nothing particularly wrong with my model, there's only so much that can be done for $800. So eventually, though I haven't reached the upper limit of what I think this model can do yet, there will be a point where I feel like I'll eventually hit an issue that I can't resolve through just simply modifying settings or things like that. And unfortunately, I don't know enough about rigging, and I can't draw myself, so it's not really stuff I can do on my own. So it's going to be more of something where I'm going to have to hire some people to help me make the assets and do all that stuff that is needed in order for that to happen. And since that would be a multi-$1,000 project just for the model and rigging alone, and that doesn't add in the other things I would have to change as well, because I would have to start updating other assets, such as especially if I drastically change the design, would mean I would have to change all my art, all my avatars I use, all the stuff related to Dragon would have to completely change. Which means we're looking at a huge investment. So what that will look like, I can't really say right now, and right now I'm in the early drafting phase where I'm more or less considering ideas and less anything definitive. We have to kind of see how the first half of the year goes to see if I can improve on some of these other aspects over here before I assume that I'm ready to dump, $5,000 plus into some giant revamp of my channel. I might want to make sure that I can actually sustain this long term first before I do anything that crazy. But that's kind of what I want to do there. But to kind of give you an idea of what I'm looking at on the 2.0 model, I do have a little thing I do want to show real quick here. This is just a draft page that I have that I've been keeping. This draft page is just basically a place where I throw notes for things as stuff comes up, and I have ideas on some other things. This includes historical stuff about Dragon, his appearance, the references that I use for his appearance, and some other stuff that I may need to use as I move forward. The first thing I would need to do is complete the redesign as a whole. In other words, I would need to decide on what he's going to look like and what he is, and also, set up like a standard appearance, like a character sheet or something like that could then be used for model design, basically to take out the need for the modelers and things like that to have to draw and redesign the whole thing from scratch. So that's kind of the direction I want to go with it. So let's look this over real quick just to kind of give you an idea here. So as some people may know from other things I've said in the past, Dragon Hikari is a character I created back during my teenage years. So it's been about 15 or 16, and I'm 40 now, so that puts me in around the realm of, so it makes a dragon about 25-ish years old as a design concept. And the images you see here are the pre-VTuber character designs. These were all created by an artist named Pharrell, who I used to play Final Fantasy XI and Final Fantasy XIV with, and she was the first one to draw Dragon's design down into the form that you see here. Dragon's design was originally based heavily on a outfit from a game called Phantasy Star Universe, which was a kind of a pseudo sequel to Phantasy Star Online that was in existence between 2006 and 2012. The game no longer exists, but this outfit that Dragon has is based on an alternate version of this outfit, as well as pants that also came from this design. So this design is very old by now. It's for lack of a better word, it's a very old design, and this design was used almost point for point in the VTuber design that would eventually end up being used. Now, the irony about both of these designs is neither this pre-VTuber design nor the 1.0 is 100% how I imagine Dragon to be. And the main reason for this is the situations that created these images in the first place. These designs were both commissions for relatively low cost that didn't have a lot of room for a lot of heavy modification, a lot of changes to them as they were being developed. That's kind of the downside when you play at a lower price for commissions and things of that nature, is you do have an issue where you can only ask an artist to do so much and change so much at certain points in a project like this. So I've never been able to sit down with somebody and actually work out the details to the degree that I would like them to be. A good example of this is if you look at both of these designs here, Dragon has really, really long legs. Really, really long legs. Now, Dragon's actual build, and this is something I have in my own life as well, is that Dragon is supposed to be tall in his torso, not so much his legs. So that creates a different body shape than, what would normally take place. And both of these artists kind of approach this issue in kind of two different ways. Pharrell kind of just shadowed the inside of the outfit to kind of avoid insinuating where Dragon's legs sort of began and ended there. In the VTuber model, they just made his legs really, really long. Now, of course, it hasn't mattered too much because the rigging on the legs and the arms, from what I understand, hasn't been working since I got the model, so I've never used it for anything. But I would like to kind of have it a little bit more accurate for what I'd like to do. And in addition, the model didn't include a lot of the symbols, emblems, or other aspects of Dragon, which are not apparent directly on his original outfit. And these symbols are all just kind of, these aren't the actual ones. These are things I just threw together in my head as I was going along. And I'd probably change the designs drastically if I was going to use any of these for stuff. But Dragon doesn't have much on his design compared to a lot of VTubers that add a lot of badges or accessories or other things to his design. And that's kind of the other thing about the design as a whole is, as I said, this design is very old, meaning that I kind of base this on a different set of situations that I would like to do in the future, especially if I continue to proceed with my plans on the VTuber end of things. One aspect I'm considering here is a complete redesign of the outfit itself, or at least a partial redesign in the sense. Like, this is what I have right here. This is an outfit for Final Fantasy XIV's recent release. It's the striking armor from the Arcadian Heavyweight Division raid tier. Now, sorry, throat was getting a little dry there. But what I'm kind of thinking of right now is having something like this where there's a kind of a middle component here in the center, and then the kind of cloak cape type thing that Dragon has kind of coming off like this instead. But instead of this kind of overly technical design, I would imagine it would fit closer to the color scheme I have on this outfit with some alterations. But that's kind of the direction I'm thinking of for that. Now, as I said, this is so far long term that I don't know if there will even be anything like this by the time I get to that point. But that's just kind of what's been running through my head recently as I thought about it. But yeah, that is my those are my accomplishments and goals for 2025, and I just want to say thank you for taking any time you have to watch my content, view my videos, anything like that. I know that coming into the streaming space, there are a lot of people you could spend your time watching or observing that have a lot more going for them than I do. So I do appreciate whatever time you do give me, whatever that happens to be. But before we end up this recap, there is one other thing that I want to do here. In my review, I did pull the clips from YouTube that were the top... Sorry, phone, sorry. Okay, I think it's good now here. But yeah, I pulled the clips from YouTube of the top 10 most viewed clips on my channel. Now, I didn't get a huge amount of views. Most of my views from this video had videos that ranged from the highest of about 1.6K to around 950, which not high numbers by any sense, but it's definitely more than I get on other platforms. I did pull the ones from Twitch, but the problem with the ones from Twitch is that I only get like double-digit views on those, so it's hard to gauge if those are actually popular or if they just happen to pull up on somebody's feed because there's simply too few of them, or if they're just people from my raid group viewing them specifically. So I'm probably not going to play those, but I will play the ones from YouTube and just talk a little bit about those. And then once we conclude that, we'll go ahead and move towards the actual game for tonight. So let's go ahead and let me grab that video real quick here. All right. It's only about 5 minutes, so we'll get through this quickly enough. Yeah, the modified intro was kind of an odd one. To be perfectly honest, someday I'll probably go and actually make an actual mobile version of the intro rather than the cut off version that I kind of used here. There were a few reasons why I did that specifically, and it was mostly for the TikTok videos as well as the two stream compilations I did for the M7 and M8 clip compilation videos for my raid group. Mostly because for those compilations, I'm starting to use the YouTube shorts that I've already edited just to not have to re-edit them twice. In order to keep the videos consistent, I had to convert my intros and exits into that's a 9:16 format, is it? I think it's something like that, but it's not very clean as it's just me taking the intro and cutting it in half and stacking it on top of each other, but I think it'll work for now. Eventually, I'll probably create one that actually looks more like a mobile version of the intro, but not quite ready to do that yet. Need to take a little bit of time here.
Yeah, but the third time is random, so...
And I'm just watching where Kanon is and just going the opposite direction because there's not enough time for you to plan anything more complicated than that. This fight was,
I mean, if Kanon is gonna cross every time...
Ow.
Just...
Oh, it's not... God dang it. Hold on. We have to start over from the beginning. I'm sorry, I thought it was... I'm sorry, let's start over here. Yeah, this was the mobile intro I was talking about before. I won't repeat myself on that.
Yeah, but the third time is random, so...
M8 was one... I was sad that we weren't able to clear this fight, but we just ran into too many scheduling issues.
If Kanon is gonna cross every time, then... Just make up something.
That's what I do. I like to pretend Kanon knows where he is more than I do.
That's giving me too much credit.
Putting too much faith in you. There me. This
Yes,
is just
it
one of
is.
this is just one of those fights where nothing ever stops, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Harry, do you remember what he does in normal mode?
Yes, unfortunately. I was just hoping that it was an illusion. It wasn't.
Alright, what? That's
Fine.
no, not fine.
You want to be dead instead? Because I can fix that.
Ow.
Only an option. Absolutely an option.
I feel like if you can get really close to circle AoE, then you're pretty much safe.
Probably.
That's my understanding of it.
Yeah, well,
Like,
we'll
if
see.
you're
Yeah, I
really
think
close to a
I-
circle AoE, I think, and just like not step your toes on it, I think you'll be safe.
You make it sound so easy.
Look, my policy is I just keep failing till I stop.
Fair enough.
Just keep going.
That's how I learned to tag. I just keep failing until I stop failing. Yeah, he's talking about the AoE that he does when he jumps back and hits a huge circle around him. Because of the way that arena is set up, it is really hard for me to gauge where the correct standing spot was. I think even by the time we stopped doing the fight, I don't think I still had a very clear understanding how to gauge it. I just sort of just keep feeling it out. And it turned into exactly as I said. I just kept failing at it till I stopped failing, where I got to a point where I could guess well enough where it didn't matter anymore. Stop giving me your... No, I don't want it. I'm not your garbage bin. Stop trading me random junk.
It's a gem sap.
Don't need any more gems. Leave it alone. Maya's always doing this kind of thing. She's either trading me random junk from her inventory, or she's having me repair her items one at a time. I don't know why she does this other than to annoy me. Mostly because she knows it does. So that's probably my fault. Stop trying to hand me your garbage.
Damn, why are you so mean?
Over here.
Why are you so mean? Who hurt you? Who hurt you?
That is a long list that I'm not going to get into here.
Okay, understandable. It's probably
Stop.
like 5 years of like laundry lists like written down, you know? Like, I don't know. I've only been here for 3
I have
months.
40 years of nonsense I could go over if I wanted to, but I'm not going to do it.
No thanks, bro. I'm good.
To be 100% honest about this clip, I have not had 40 years of nonsense. That was definitely an exaggeration on my part. More like 35 years. Anyway.
Human centipede, let's go!
Gross. Actually,
Was-
disgusting.
Why that reference whole thing? I have never seen the human centipede and probably never will. But I know enough about it to know that I wasn't going to start Googling images to put into a video for that. Are you crazy? I got banned on YouTube and Twitch, so YouTube and TikTok so quickly I won't be able to post anything ever again. And I don't do real great with that type of horror anyway, so it's like, well, we're gonna skip that.
What sacred song back there?
Let's begin, shall we?
Well, put sacred song back.
Just hit the damn button.
Well, it was going fine last time, so okay, you don't need it. It's fine.
God damn it, my.
Well, you know. Fire.
I swear that's turning into my catchphrase. I still can't believe I made this. I should have died there. I should not have been able to survive that. Okay, so a little bit of context for that one. The Perfect Alexander meme is an old 14 meme where there's basically this gift of, you know, the best antagonists of Final Fantasy 14 for every year. And they used the Perfect Alexander image, which was part of T, which was the ultimate for the Alexander raid specifically, the most difficult content in 14. And for some reason, Athene, who you've seen throughout my videos and is actually a VTuber as well, is actually currently working on a redesign of her own to start back up again. Anyway, anytime the word T was mentioned, she would bring up this image, and it just kind of became an in-joke on the Discord for our raid group. So I just grabbed it, added the Alexander music on top of it, and turned it into a point emote for people to spam. The funny thing is, though, after creating it and putting it on the board, nobody was really using it. So I had completely forgotten the thing was even there. So when I was in the middle of the Dragon Quest playthrough, somebody in the chat started playing it multiple times in a row, and the thing is, because it had been used so little, I just had completely forgotten I had said it and that I had put no restriction on it.
Reminds me of the fact that every time I look at my Steam library, I unfortunately have to see hentai games that aren't mine, but because I share a library with Son and because he had friends that gifted him hentai games once for his birthday, they're just kind of there.
I remember seeing like a comic or something on Twitter one day about something like that's like, log into Steam. Your friend is playing a hentai game. That last clip was the highest ranking one on YouTube this year. And it got 1.6K views, which exceeded probably any other clip by at least 300 views. I don't know exactly why, if it was just because it mentioned Steam specifically or if there was another reason. It also got the most comments out of anyone I posted. Mostly people tell me I didn't understand how Steam works, but that wasn't really the point of the clip. But yeah, the whole thing was a reference to some like internet, comic you'd find on Twitter or something like that. Just because of the funny nature of how hentai games and how Steam has a tendency to scream out what your friends are playing while you're on it. But that's kind of what that was. But yeah, I'm going to put that live on YouTube alongside this stuff when it goes live. I will probably put the top 10 on Twitch as well. I'm just not going to do it here. One, because it's not censored like the ones on YouTube are, and I don't know what I can get away with on YouTube yet, so I'm trying to be a little bit more careful with that. But with that being said, that's it for this. I do once again thank you for the time you've given me this year, and I look forward to continuing to move forward this year. Hopefully to see even more we can do. So with that, let's prepare to sorry, I got a little bit sidetracked there for a moment. But so we're going to start into the actual gaming portion of this evening, and we're going to continue into part 3 of Dragon Quest. Before we do that, though, let's go ahead and take the first break for this evening, and we'll be back, and we'll get started. Here we go. right, let's see here. Need to double check. Okay. Think we're good for the most part here. So, just a quick reminder before we get started with the game tonight. Next week is the start of Savage in Final Fantasy XIV, which means the Final Fantasy XIV raid nights will return. This will change the schedule slightly, as we will be running on Wednesday and Thursday instead of Thursday, Friday like we were last year. So this means that the variety streams will now be on Fridays, and if I can eventually find the second day we'll do the other variety stream, I'll let you guys know. But it does mean that the Wednesday stream will be changing for the near future. I will update the schedule this over the weekend here, just so everything is in line and we don't run into any issues with the notifications on that. So, with that being said, let's go ahead and start the the Dragon Quest 2 HD2D Remake Part 3. When we last left off, we had started our travels with the three Scions of Edric, and we had traveled to retrieve the Windbreaker, which allowed us to gain access to Rippleport, where we thwarted an attempt by monsters to trick the people of Rippleport into engaging in less than scrupulous activities against one another. Upon defeating them, we got access to the ship, which has now opened up the rest of the world to us, and we begin our journey to seek and destroy the evil Hagon. And that's kind of where we left off. So, with that being said, let's head over and let's journey to Elfragard once again. Okay. Need to do the manual stuff. Note to self, work on fixing that. Alright. Think we're good here. Okay, when we last left off, we were investigating the Isle of the Metal Monarch, the mini metal location. Oops. Hold on, I'm going to turn the volume of my... I probably need to figure out how to turn that off during stream. You find new things I need to figure out how they work. Maybe once we're done with Dragon Quest, I'll take like a week and just fiddle around with settings and try to fix some of these hiccups that I have with my stream software. Maybe, maybe not, we'll see. Hard for me to want to take long breaks considering how many streams I have to cancel due to random health issue A, B, or C. Oh wait, I already went that way, so we can actually go inside now. Well, he may seem somewhat stern, fellow. His maximally magnificent majesty, the Maharaja, is a playful soul at heart. Why, he did even secure 5 miniature medals about this very land, so they might provide visitors with a stimulating challenge. This allows me to be renamed. Any medal. I don't know if that means as a whole or just outside. I don't really know. It's said that the Mahadra medals and those of his line entirely sought many medals since time immemorial. It's just a list of medals. His Maximilian Magnificent Majesty thinks himself dashing, but in truth he's somewhat of an odd body. He's dedicated in his duty, and that much can't be doubted. He wishes more than anything go search of miniature medals himself. He deems it un-Maharajari to do so. You've done well to find this place, my friend. Where it dwells the Mahadra of medals. Were you even aware that existed one wise enough to have seen the wonder of many medals and commit himself ceaselessly seeking out said wonder? I seek out miniature medals indeed. I shall do no such thing. It is hardly the behavior of a lady, scraping around for filthy trinkets. Collar specs. Best suited for our mage here. The castle is surpassingly fair, no? 'Twas the dwelling place of his Maximilian Magnificent Majesty, the Maharaja Betletals. Blah, blah, blah. What is it with that word? Yeah. Feel like I'm trying to chew on them. Rabbit suit. All right. I am he, the Raja of Metals, collector of the most maximally magnificent of miniature marvels. You ask wherefore this place is named the Isle of Monarch of Metals, if I am in fact a Maharaja? Well, 'tis a fine question indeed. I did indeed inherit the title of Monarch from my father, but when I was just a miniature man, a magnificently terrifying occurrence did take place. I was struck by this stupefying revelation that Maharaja is a title more magnificent than which I had inherited. So I bend my head low and go to my subjects and humbly beg them to call me by that title. And they did so, and they have did ever since, and so shall you, if you wish to show me the minimal of respect. Enough of that idle chatter to the matter at hand. But he just asked to have his name changed because he thought it sounded cool. That's basically all it came down to. Bring me a minimum number of these tiny treasures, and I shall reward you with the max of my abilities. But wait, can you be carrying the very thing I seek? Then hand them to me, along with others you secured about your persons. Very good, very good. That was trusted onto me a total of 13 medals so far. Good, dragon. Okay, so recovery ring. $15 for... Okay, so the other 3 are outside. Trying to think of where I may have missed something, but... Oh, well, I'm not gonna wander aimlessly and try to... Okay, I think we can return to... Rippleport and start making our way towards our next destination, which should be Tenagel in the east. Let's see. Just checking some of my stuff here real quick. Let's see. Knuckle Duster. Forgot about that. Start with the weapon. Oh, wait a minute. Well, I better equip my items just to make sure I'm getting the... Okay. Okay. I think that's really all I can do for the time being. And we are off. Oh, wait, it's sitting outside. Yes, teleporting back here didn't put it back in the harbor. Oh, well. Let's go out the hard way then. Yep, there's Tanagel, our old stomping grounds in the first game. Well, that went well enough. Looks like a little bit more trouble. Get rid of the stupid thing so that it keeps just summoning more heal slimes. But I appreciate it they didn't keep doing that. Tanagel. Hold on, I'm gonna shift one thing real quick here. Moving the camera just a little bit here. Greetings, friend. You find yourself in Tanagel, the former home of Edric, the hero of legend. Let me tell you what separates swordsmen of superior skill from those who struggle, the double-edged slash. Once the blade wielder has fostered unshakable faith in their companions, they no longer need to fear the harm inflicted by the technique. It is this state in being that allows them to unlock their true potential. Far too many students of the sword fail to learn this lesson, and if you ask me, craven souls as they are would better serve sheathing their swords for good. Bear with me for just a second here. The model was leaning a little bit weirdly, and I couldn't figure out why. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. Sounds, but our customers do eat and eat. Yet I should not be defeated. I will merely I am not merely the best cook, but the quickest too. Oh, let's drop my controller. Crap. Ugh. What was I saying? None should be left crying for seconds while I serve. Magic key for that. The king of Darkendor sent me here to Tanagel tasked to bring back whatever I could learn of this town. Yet the food here in the inn is surprisingly toothsome and served in such enormous helpings I barely have time to look beyond its walls. What to report back to His Majesty? The one needs to never seek out seconds due to the generosity proportions provide, and is hardly news of substance. Aha! To think that the very hero legend himself might have trod these cobbles is a fine thought indeed. Alright. I see how Gwaelin's descendants are doing. Well, not her descendants, but her family's descendants. Tis the way that town possesses long and illustrious history produces magnificent churches also, is it not? In Rippleport dwells a treasure hunter of surpassing skill. And his skills not only seek out valuable, he's quite a salesman, too. Those who come to visit us here in Tenagel often arrive not with thought, but the hero on their minds. But for me, it is not Edric, but Princess Guinevere, who did love and support him through all his hardships, who was the true hero. Are you familiar with Celestial Skessen? Yes. It's a remarkable thread, one that we seamstresses long to work with. Such lightness and brightness. Some say it works with sewing with the sky itself. It's been on my mind ever since an adventurer said they spied some on one tower south. Okay. Yep, I already got that, so that'll be important later. I was pretty sure that wasn't the NPC that uses it, but... I am vexed by the fellow over yonder. He did enter the cell here without a by your leave, and now refuses to leave its confines. He insists that he must spend his time where his idol, a great thief of owned, is known to have been imprisoned. So he just jumped into the jail cell and decided to lock himself in there. Wherefore am I here, thou asks? Simple. I want a better understanding of the mind of a thief. I might become one whose name goes down in legend. What crimes have I committed to be imprisoned so? Why, nay, a single none. But that doth means that I am not a rogue through and through. But usually if you're a criminal and a thief, you have to actually have, you know, stolen something, but I don't know. Maybe that's me. Guess he's trying? That's the mindset? My granddad is expert on turkets. My daddy is a merchant. They both say I should do whatever pleases me in life. Now I just have to think of what I wish to be. Angel Bell. Okay, that's the curse releaser, which I almost have never accidentally put on a cursed item, so it doesn't usually matter. Though I am a lion that did make a name in removing curses, I myself entered a different position entirely, that of a merchant. It's my firm belief that one must not follow slavishly in the footsteps of one's forebears. Happiness lies in finding one's own path through life. A lengthy series of music on... There exists pieces of equipment that have been embedded with terrible curses. To bear one risk one is to risk to all, and thus would the matter end if it not were one crucial detail, that most such items are surpassingly powerful. Long have I strived to find a method which might make use of their might while circumventing the curses. Alas, it proved beyond my abilities. Refusing to give in, I went to inquire about the problem with an expert on curses in Tanagel. Sadly, the only solution that he could offer was no solution at all. One would first need to conquer a curse in order to obtain the immunity for such ailments, or so he claims. Truly the stuff of fairy tales. The very idea that one could conquer a curse is preposterous. Maybe I was ever foolish to ever think of harnessing the power of such equipment, though I cannot bring myself to abandon the idea entirely. Bang scroll. Let's see. She already has it, so who else can heal? Oh, he can't use it either. Okay. I guess we'll just hold on to it for now until we get the fourth party member and see if she can use it instead. We mustn't forget the sight of such beautiful flowers as these. The peace afforded to us to gaze upon them are gifts from the hero legend himself. Do not dig up the fields, I beg you. My father will surely wail and gnash his teeth, and I shall bear the brunt of it. Curse you, bothersome devils. Oh, I speak of my fields, of course. Though requiring of copious care and attention, I do not begrudge them the effort. They do produce a delicious bounty in the end. You see it all yonder, the Dragon Lord's castle, where dwells mighty Edric's greatest foe. Though the wicked creature long since lay low, 'tis surely now. I do not think to visit it for petty amusement without the rainbow drop that even the hero himself did struggle to acquire. None may draw near it. Sure looks a lot. The castle sure looks a lot less ominous now. I comprehend it not, though I scrub and scrub, and though I clean day in and day out, this place is still a pigsty. Breadcrumbs, dust, strange oozing liquids, I might as well mop and wipe and rinse my whole life and not make the faintest bit of difference. Yes, the internal struggle against the essence of dirt. 'Tis truly a struggle worth legendary whatever. I don't know what I'm saying. I have no idea what I'm saying. I tried to make cleaning house sound more epic than it was. I've clearly given up. Okay. I think that's it for the town, so I think we can finally head up to the castle. The castle lieth over the bridge. Pertell, don't run in the hallways and endeavor to keep unnecessary noise to a minimum. Fair Tanagel, where the mantle of Edric was bestowed upon the great hero for his unstinting efforts to save the realm. When his quest was complete, he took the Tanagel princess for his bride, and together they built a new home, your home, Middenhall. Scions of Middenhall founded Connaught and then Moonbrook. Thus came to be three kingdoms that trace their lineage back to the mighty Edric. But wherefore do I wax lyrically, so you stoutly hear the story 1,000 times? It's a force of habit, I'm afraid. I often regale my father with that which I learned in my lessons, and he would add to my knowledge or correct me on my misconceptions. I can only apologize if I appear was lording my learning over you. We thought nothing of the sort. I am not but impressed, not only with your learning, but that you could have such high-flowing conversations with your father. The instructions I received from my father were somewhat less edifying. Tidy thy room, take thy elbows off the table. Will thou please cease bickering with thy sister? I don't know, it sounds like wise advice to me. I never was a devoted student either. Even that which I could learn had a nasty habit of leaving me moments later. Good to know at least one of us knows what's what. Take the burden over our shoulder, eh, cuz? Well, if you insist, I shall share what I know when I deem it relevant. Excellent, though forgive us if we laggards can't add to your knowledge in the way your father did. Not at all, there is much and more I do not know. Let us learn together. We need more than mere brawn to best Hagon, after all. And what better place to begin here than Tanagel, the land of legend? For the time being, let us seek an audience with the king. We must tell him the tragedy that befell my kingdom, so that he may avoid the same fate befalling his. And should he know not aught of we do not of Hagon and the sigils, he could enlighten us on that front too. A splendid suggestion, cousin. To the throne room. Lead on. Welcome, friends, to the castle of Tanagel. We of Tanagel do treat utmost respect to those lands founded by descendants of the hero legend. They are not just our allies, but our friends. Words of more and fiercer fiends thus reach us with each passing day. Take care outside these walls, friends, and may the light guide you homeward. Wisdom. Though the hero of the legend of the hero of old did come down to us through the ages, it seems that the whereabout of the counterments of which he achieved his legendary feats did not. Yes, he's talking about records. I'm not quite sure of that term he used. Seems we are to be taken soon to the field in some manner of training exercise besides the assembled soldiery of Moonbrook, so I must ready. That may be postponed indefinitely. Castle is surprisingly large, is it not? And being so, 'tis a bother to keep clean. You spy a dish in need of clearing, pray, do be a dear and pick it up. Word of advice, always trying one's hardest is not the virtue that some might lead one to believe. Nay, true wisdom and long life can be found in taking a moment for oneself when the opportunity ariseth. Hot lid. Actually, she has so few shield options that if I actually didn't have the scale shield, she would have, that would have been her best shield. Friggin' hot lid. Must everyone insist on harping on about this hero, though he did live 1 million years ago or more? Or rather, I would find someone in our own time to admire, perhaps someone fair of face and dashing of manner. I shall return home from this trip with pride in my heart. I have seen the very city which the hero old did commence his quest. Seems like Tanagel kind of has become mostly known for its connection to the events of the first game. And it appears not much else. In the time of the hero Edric, the world was shrouded in a great darkness. One can only imagine the horror. Burning with a nation of warriors descended of Edric himself, this will be a bothersome... that is, it will be... Pray ignore me. You are surprisingly young to be roaming the land, are you not, dears? Well, pray enjoy your youth while it lasts. 'Tis the greatest gift that we are given in this life. There are no greater lessons to be learned of those of our younger years. Alas, we are fated to only realize this when we grow old and frail. I understand, lady. That requires the other key. Our king is most diligent and wise, but he is often absent from the castle, 'tis true. I expect he's ventured abroad to execute his royal duties, not to shirk them. His Majesty doth leave the city in search of entertainment, roaming hither and yonder freely with abandon, though he would attend his royal duties with the same veneer. Yeah, if I remember correctly, in the original version of Dragon Quest II, the current king of Tanagel is, not necessarily a good reflection of his ancestors. Which is definitely not an uncommon issue with royalty lines, where no matter how solid your monarch is, there's always the issue that happens when time goes along. Check the time real quick here. Let's see. Nope, none of those. Alright, let's check around outside before we... Where did that dreaded cat go now? I'm inclined to simply wait for her to return. I suppose I must at least make a pretense of looking. Perdita! Perdita! I train with all possible diligence in preparation for the worst, but should the worst come to pass, will my nerve hold? Only wish I could be certain. Seed of agility. I think I found the cat lady. Ahead lies a subterranean dwelling, but fear not, it is not inhabited by some odd body or misophic hermit. Nay, they are the line to those entrusted the Sunstone by mighty Edric. This being so, they are deserving much in the way of respect. Yep, this is a place where we got the Sunstone before. But it requires the magic key, so... nothing else we can do here. Go see the king. This way.
This is the throne room, but where is the king?
Pray pardon the sudden intrusion. I am the Princess of Moonbrook, and these are my cousins of Middenhall and Cannock. We seek an audience with His Majesty.
Your Highness, didst thou think I would forget thee so soon? But wherefore didst thou bring thy companions today? Ah, but of course, thou hast invited the kingdoms of thy kin to join our little tourney.
My apologies, but what is this tourney of which thou speakst? We come here today to inform you of the massacre of Moonbrook.
Massacre? But Highness, surely thou jestest. Thou didst visit us but a day hence, and proposed that our armies partake in drills.
I did.
Why, yes. Thou wert of the opinion that such a tourney would help ensure our knights were in
Oh
fine
yeah, this
condition.
wasn't part of the original
Preparations
game,
are
so
already
this is another
underway.
thing they've changed.
But how can this be? I have never before set foot in Tantagel till this very day.
Come, princess, cease this game. Thou knowest full well thou wert here. Thou didst show to me the mark of Moonbrook.
I bore the mark.
But the Mark of Moonbrook was stolen by the monsters, was it not? When they sacked the castle.
By the goddess, if this is true, then who did I meet? What is happening?
I am afraid, dear Chancellor, that thou hast been hoodwinked by a thieving fiend in a pretty dress.
Oh, jeez.
Ah, pretend you didn't see that.
Oh my god.
Majesty, I thought thou wert to bed. Instead, I see thou hast been tending to thy duties most thoroughly.
Yes, yes, though it would seem not nearly thoroughly enough. Tell me, did this imposter princess happen to share aught else of note?
Oh, he's so drunk.
She did inquire as to how one might reach the Dragon Lord's castle from here. I endeavored to dissuade her from making such a dangerous journey, but she did not appear overly concerned by my warnings.
The site where Erdrick bested the Dragon Lord. What in blazes would the monsters be seeking there?
It would behoove us to find out. Speaking of which, what bringeth you three to Tantagel? Is it truly as the princess saith? Hath
This and this, that and that.
Is that so? You young scions of Erdrick quest to slay the wicked Hargon. A perilous duty indeed.
We are well aware. And should there be any doubt in your mind as to our identities, we come bearing the marks of Cannock and Middenhall.
Most convincing. Yet, could one not conceive that the princess we received was the true royal, and you are the imposterous thieves?
What? No, our fathers bestowed the marks onto us. I swear. Look into my eyes and you will know that what I say is true. This is the steely gaze of a prince, not the shifting
Oh boy,
ogre of a
he's
base
jumping the gun a
beast.
little bit.
Yes, yes, most convincing, I'm sure. But so was the princess who visited us but a day since. Lo, how my blood boileth to know that beasts masquerade as scions of Erdrick. As the ruler of the kingdom which gave the hero his title and birthed his bride, I will not stand
Why do I have the
for
feeling this guy's not gonna do
Your
jack?
Majesty, I neglected to tell you we have another artifact in our possession. One that proves our lineage beyond doubt. Show him.
My, the necklace gifted to the hero by his maiden, our fair Princess Gwaelin. That it should shine so brightly in your presence is proof enough that the hero's blood runneth in your veins. Pray, accept my unreserved and, Princess, allow me to express my...
Thank you, Majesty.
How to proceed? If the High Priest Hargon is at large once more, we must exercise the utmost caution. Chancellor, tell the knight captains to stay their wooden swords. Instead, we must steal this city against invasion. Doubtless, the monsters schemed to lure our knights out in lighter armor. They would have been lambs to the...
Verily, our nation oweth them a great debt.
Forgive me, young heroes, but the Chancellor and I have much to discuss. Wait for me atop the battlements, and I will join you anon.
You were right to take on that necklace of yours. We'd be in a spot of bother without it. Long I wondered what the monsters intend to do with the mark. Never did I imagine they meant to impersonate me. Oh boy. Kind of wonder about this king. You see, in the original version, you didn't talk to him directly. You found him in, like, some place hiding away, as just basically being cowardly. Thou wert able to speak to his majesty, then thou art lucky indeed. LeMay is an unpredictable character. One moment he seems to neglect the realm, and next he's issuing orders like a true-born ruler. Ill happenings are afoot, it seems, but I fear not. Tattletale shall not fall, not while we yet stand. Well, I don't know where they're going with this. I full well intend to comprehend His Majesty's game. He does play the role of an empty-headed connoisseur in order that we the people do not grow unduly worried. At least I believe that to be the case, but often his carousel seems surprisingly real. Yeah. We just saw him drinking before engaging us here. You suppose that the voice we heard in Rippleport knew of the monster's plot here? Might this be one of the great dangers it spoke of? I had the foggiest, but we must be grateful nonetheless. At least it shows we have one more ally out there who shares our goals. Yes, you are right. I believe I just speak of your quest to find Hargon. Have you learned aught of the fiend's whereabouts? Alas, not yet. The purpose for which we travel the realm is to discover exactly that. And it is as I have assumed. I have not heard his name since the fall of Rendarik. Though I know of someone who may know more, which means you might visit him here. Oh, he's just giving me the rainbow drop. I'm not sure I follow. As the rainbow drop, a treasure of old that allows one to conjure a bridge to the island of the Dragon Lord. Then now would have us make for the Dragon Lord's castle. Precisely, and I would have you speak with its sole occupant. Though I've never had the chance to make his acquaintance, it is not a current in this world that has escaped his watchful eye. If anyone knows of Haggard's whereabouts, it is he. What manner of man is this, your majesty? Some kind of sage? I think it's best that you confirm with your own eyes. As said, I have never met the man and do not wish to give credence to mere hearsay. But be warned, the impostor princess may too be making for the castle. May the goddess watch over you all. Okay, so you basically just gave us the rainbow drop, and we don't have to go hunting for it. Because if I remember correctly, in the original game, you didn't even need the rainbow drop. I think you just used the boat to cross the sea. I think that's all you had to do. Have you heard of the rebirth of the Dragon Lord, whom Edric did lay low and occupies the same castle where the old fiend of old dwells? Ah, these are usually rumors indeed. Okay, I think we're finally complete here. We're ready to move on to the next location. Huh? I see it, your fate, your destiny. I see a fiendish soul who does deceive you most cunningly. Hee hee, 'tis not, 'tis it, 'tis I, but fear not. I'm merely practicing my future trade, that of a fortune teller. So you're hiding in a dark alley and scaring people with sketchy sounding words? That it? The other locations from the first game still appear to be on the map. I think in the original version, most of the other towns and stuff are not even on the map. I don't know if there's any specific reason to visit the other locations, or if we should just go straight to the Dragon Lord's Keep. Guess we'll just sort of see if there's like... If I like go to some place and there's monsters way stronger than I'm supposed to be, that'll give me a pretty good sign that I'm in the wrong place, but... Fine dagger. Well, that was easy enough. Seems to indicate there's another treasure somewhere in here. Yeah, everything in here is going down pretty easily, so I don't think this place is a threat. Still, going to the locations and getting them on my Zoom list is not necessarily a bad idea, per se. It might save me time later. That's the idea, anyway. See how true that actually is. Oh, so there's 6 treasures on this floor.
This is all you deserve!
Nope. Not interested. Join the bot list with the rest of them. It says there's 6 treasures down here. Oh. I guess now there's only 4, but... Clank. I think Clank is like an extremely defensive spell. Probably better suited for her, probably. Off. Okay, neither of them can learn it. Ancient-looking gravestone. The inscription is faint and only fragments of it can still be read. Yeah, it's so worn now that can't read it anymore. Not that reading it would do it much good now.
Out of my sight!
Have at you!
Yep, that was that. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about that then. Okay. Gonna take a quick break here. We'll be right back. head to Galaham in the south, in the northwest next. And I'm going to increase the battle speed till we get to some place that's actually a little bit more threatening. Just wipe the floor of everything. That's the best way to go about it here. Galen home. Even if we don't need to be doing this right now, I feel like there's benefit to just doing it. You find yourself in Galeholm, a place for the name of the legendary bard who founded it. Welcome. Been a bit since I saved, I guess. Web. Wisdom. Cruel fate, why must thou torture me so? Though my songs are fit to draw tears from a stone, so people ask naught but him. When it shall be my own time to shine? When you stop whining, maybe? Have you heard of the labyrinth resting place of the bard, Zalen? It's found somewhere in this town. Ah, wait, perhaps it was Galen? Regardless, his site houses the musician's instrument of choice. Unfortunately, its whereabouts are lost to the sands of time. But I could lay my own hands on it. Shell armor, a fire clothes, and a magic key box. Once we get the magic key, we'll be doing a lot of running around again. Clearly. The song he sang this is one of father and son who did love one another well, and yet were lost. I find his voice brings more tragedy than already tragic tale, do you not believe? Ah, such beauty, such skill. This is perhaps what Galen sees himself perform? A merchant, some would say, best his son, sighs of some who kindness blessed, who wander yearning. The waves of blue and sunlight glow, over the horizon they go, never to return. Such a sad tale indeed. I'm not that much of a singer, so... Tales should believe this humble town was once visited by none other than the hero of legend. Indeed we did at one point. Well, sell off the garbage. Yeah, as said, I don't remember all the towns and dungeons being intact. In fact, I don't think it was. I really want to say that it wasn't. Oh, it's because I have the whips equipped still, that's right. Okay, that gives me a better idea here. Okay, I didn't figure the rest of that gear was going to be particularly useful, but... Galen was much of a bard of much renown, who not only lived during the age of Edric, but also chanced to meet with this legendary figure. Inspired by the hero's action, he composed a song upon song extolling Edric's legacy. Settlement of Galen home is said to be found by his namesake once he reached at the end of his wanderings. Yet Galen was not the only one to be in line to grant the goddess gift of song. His scion, Zalen, would also grow into a fine bard in his own right. And by visiting all the lands that Edric did, Zalen discovered the fourth unknown truths concerning the hero's legacy. In truth, much like his forebears, he did commit to this Sazan. Thus, the songs of Galeholm's two most famed bards became loved by their people, and in doing so became part of the core part of the Edric legend himself. So he continued to kind of do his thing, didn't he? Our town having played such a vital role in the legend of Galen of the Golden Voice as it did, bards, minstrels, and other makers of music do make pilgrims here from far and wide. Suppose that makes sense in that particular context. Friends, you are aware that equipping accessories with protective power does not entirely negate the risk of sleep or poison. Naturally, the trinkets will have some effect, though if you were to equip two of the same ones, of the same type, to truly be safe. Personally speaking, I'd rather go to such length. Surely it's better to protect against multiple threats than to completely protect against one, I'd say. So myself, though I do, on occasion, kick myself for saying so. To take the sea is to take one's life into one's hands. Do not do so lightly. Why, a pair of merchants of this town did sail upon a sunny day with the sea calm as a duck pond, and were shipwrecked nonetheless. Far to the east of here lies three realms founded by the descendant of the hero of legend. Would I not get to see them one day? You know the tale of mermaids. 'Tis said they inhabit the sea south of here, and do beckon honest sailors to their doom. Ugh. Southwest of here lies Rippleport, a town blessed with a harbor that put this here jetty to shame. And though the fellow charged fronting the place does possess a ship so fine as it would make all others pale by comparison, seldom does he set much food aboard her. Talk about a waste. Mini medal. And the magic key door. Up ahead lies the grave of Galen, the bard of legend, he of the golden voice. Such was his skill that I doubt any shall surpass him. None other could have rendered the glory and tragedy of the mighty Edric in song as wondrously as he did. On his way onward, bested by fiends, but by those with courage and strength, skill, and the skill to forge onward as they do so. Prayer often is surely not a prayer wasted. Said, I don't remember the dungeons being left intact in the original version of 2, but I may not be remembering correctly. Okay, I'm not supposed to be here. All the doors are locked with, looks like final key doors, so yep. Can't do anything here yet. Another note for later. Actually, now I'm curious about something. Okay, yeah, I was correct on that. I just wanted to double check because it was going to keep driving me crazy if I was going to say that and then find out I was wrong. Yeah, most of the, oh, I didn't want the angry face. Yeah, the vast majority of the areas in Dragon Quest 1 were not in the original Dragon Quest 2, or at least they were scaled down pretty heavily. Though, to be fair, much of that was due to memory constraints. Let's head south first, since we have to cross over to the cave in order to get to that location anyway. Keep traveling until I reach a spot that I feel like I can't go any further. This clearly isn't it. And even this map isn't a one-to-one replica, as there are a number of areas that look like that weren't in the one that we just played not too long ago. Yeah, this doesn't feel like a perfect one-to-one translation of the last map we were doing. There's a lot, so there's areas here that are missing, but that's fine. Passage of time and all that. Oh, there's only one treasure on this entire floor. This is a pretty big floor for only there being one treasure on it.
This is all you deserve. Let's heal.
Whoops. Well, that happened. Okay, I may have underestimated that thing a little bit. Okay, let's see if we can avoid that happening again. We'll rest up and give it another shot. Yes, need to take it a little more seriously. Sap. That's a good one. Okay, it's going to be one of those over there, probably. One more on this level. A buff. Raise everybody's defense. That's always helpful.
I shall sweep you aside!
Well, thank you for getting rid of those quickly enough. Three treasures. None of them are this way, though. Oh. Well, that sucked. I didn't expect to get hit that hard. Well, one of them gets a revival spell. I'm going to have to keep doing this. Get anything that will help. pretty close, so let's see here. I wouldn't push it forward enough. Go with this for now. Eventually I'll get myself through this. Mostly because I will eventually stop having to guess what direction to go.
Allow me. Mid-heel. Wind heed my call.
Okay, there's the treasure for this floor, but it's a magic key chest. Let's head down to the lower level. Let's see what those are. And we'll mark this just another one to come back to later. Okay, since I think I'm biting off more than I can chew there. Stuff shouldn't be dealing 60-some damage to me this early on. Make a note to come back to it. Because unfortunately the amount of resurrections I'm doing is going to start eating into my funds here. Let's see. Dragon Slash. Okay, with the difficulty I keep running into, the further south I go, I'm going to go ahead and assume it's probably not time for me to go that direction yet. So let's head in the opposite direction instead. Tower of Rain. Very dark energy blocks the path. There doesn't seem to be any way to pass it. Okay. So that one can't be accessed for now. Okay, I'm getting the low battery warning on this, so I'm going to have to switch sound systems, so bear with me here. Can't believe these things don't last any longer than this. Huh. Actually, let's go ahead and throw on an ad break here. And let me change this stuff out and I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. Maybe I need to invest in some wired ones for the times when the batteries run out on this one, but oh well. Not going to worry about that for right now. With that whole wanting consistent sound quality and not being able to get it because quality and comfort is a hard thing to get a hold of sometimes. I just assume these things would kind of have life similar to my own, the iPods I use for my other stuff, but coal. Huh? Well, I must have taken one slight step to the south. This is a blessed place of peace and relaxation. Not all the best things can be found in the big city, don't you agree? Tenagel can wait. King of Tenagel dispatched his soldiers to watch over the towns and villages of his realm. While securing coal is the most popular duty to all available to us. The reason is not too hard to see. 'Tis the baths, of course, and the respite they bring from the drudgery and hardship. The Gospel Land does paint the King of Tenagel as a careless user, but I know the truth. Whenever the need to rise, he is well able to rise to the occasion. This place was once a well-appointed smithery arranged over 2 floors. In this room did the customers once wait for the completion of their commissions. Now, however, is but a lounging place for bathers. I am a wandering warrior, though I did set out on a journey in the world in search of greater challenges. I have lingered here now in Cole. All of those accursed waters, they sap me of my will to achieve, curse me to languish in absent-minded contentment. Now and again, a great clanking and banging does issue from above. I find it oddly soothing. They call him a resort more than anything else. Whether you piled his trade here, does with great faith and belief in his craft, thus his blades are the highest quality and nigh unbreakable. Well met, I am a smith of such surpassing skill that I can mend not only broken blades, but broken hearts also. At least that's how I hope people come to know me ere long, but I do not think my confidence ungrounded. While my great-grandfather's great-grandfather truth be told, I do not know which my ancestor was, but I am descendant of one who forged Edric's far-fabled blade. Yep, I have no equipment. I have no money. Also because I just keep wandering from town to town currently. Well, Nicole, friends, have you come to enjoy the soothing waters of the baths? My accursed back, You ask wherefore in the village of healing waters I am afflicted so. 'Tis the fault of the very waters themselves. I grew too bold and have partaken in their soothing effects. And did pull a muscle immediately upon exiting. I must take more care. There's been a long tradition here in Cole to read our children tales of the fairy's gift. Relays the story of one who received something truly wondrous from a storied race. Fitting fancy for little ones to enjoy, eh? There's a final key chest. Do The fiends do not seem more numerous as of late, and yet, despite this, those around me do continue to insist that all is well. I cannot fear that we have grown complacent. I don't know why I'm bothering. I have no money at the moment. Elfagard is home to many a perilous cave said to be explored by the hero of legends long ago. Though if you can believe it, within the deep, darkest reception of one hollow dwells not some fearsome fiend, but some of the hero's closest companions. I must say I have yet to meet one who calls the cave their home. The mind boggles to imagine what sort would live in such a fashion. I had a marvelous dream of what I can't quite remember. Yes, there was puffing, giggling, and all manners of fun. I pray when I next lay my head to sleep I may enjoy it once more. Puff scroll. Oh, jeez. Well, that's definitely going to be something Why would he be able to learn? You know what? I don't want to know. I do not want to know how the hero is supposed to be able to learn that. That's usually something only female characters can learn. Waters of our outdoor baths work wonders for rheumatism. Even more so, even the hero legend didn't partake in them. Feels like the hero legend just becomes an advertisement firm for the here and here alone may I forget all my worries and cares. The shouting of the captain, the scolding of my mother, the grumbling of my underlings. Here is all peace and bliss. This is the life. Steaming waters, a cool breeze. Those who know bathing know that alternating between two extremes lies true happiness. Though a bath is a fine thing indeed, pray do not splash and spray others in your eagerness to enjoy it. Enter slowly, feast first, grow gradually accustomed to the heat. Best way to appreciate these tranquil waters. Fairtown shares an unshakable bond with legendary Edric. I myself am engaged in the passing of his legend, specifically in the fashion in which he fought. Alas, as time continues in his unrelenting march, the finer details of his technique has been lost. Now only their names remain. Beast Bopper, Double Dragon Slash, Pearly Gates, Quadra Slash, Lightning Thrust, Air Slash, the list goes on. Yet what these words mean I do not know. Perhaps only those of the hero's line can make sense of these ancient expressions. Yeah, just names of some of the attacks he can use, thanks to sigils. Alain is long acquainted with heroes. Not only did he who vanquished the Dragon Lord, but those who came before him as well. At least that's what I was raised to believe. I know not the truth of such tales. When I grow up, I too shall take to smithing and shall forge the finest blades ever seen in this land. Oh, the magic key. Nah. Alright. Now we can start making our way south. Dang.
This is all you deserve.
Oh. The secret area. Furnished garb. Ankle web. One more here. Yes, bunny.
Now I'm angry!
Away they go. Alright, into the cave. Let's see. Oh, there's one. There we go. Be two more here. Well, I just left 2. Well, that was easy enough. Heard the other direction when I tried to go southwest instead of southeast, but... These muddy hands always multiply into large numbers, so they need to be dealt with kind of quickly. They just keep doing this. Fortunately, I was able to. Okay, yeah, that's a magic key door, so I can't go in that direction. Alive.
Now I'm angry! You're too kind.
Safe passage and lightning slash. Well, now the poison floor is going to be dealt with. This was the place with the magic key before. Probably best that we check that out before we move on. Rimuldar. Oh, there's a lot of treasures here, so... Said the hero legend himself was visited Rimuldar, and not know whether such tales are true. Welcome to Rimuldar, a town right proud of its long-standing connection to the hero of legend. Silver platter. Oh, it's an upgrade shield for her. She doesn't have a lot of shield options, so anything she can get is always helpful. I was pursuing yonder bookshop, but I happened upon a book that concerned the matters of scrolls. It seems that Aethelgard's various settlements were home to an indefinite number of these pieces of parchment. Upon closing the tome, I suddenly was struck by a sudden urge to tour the entire realm in search of them all. Many boar sorts believe magic only prove it of use when used offensively. This naturally is utter tripe. One must first ensure that one is suitably protected by employing defensive spells. There are myriad to choose from: Magic Berry, Insulate, and Snub, to name a few. Keep these incantations at the forefront of thy mind, thou shalt not fail. Okay, that's a magic chest, so I can ignore that for now. Why must we all and sundry continue to blather on about heroes? Heroes, heroes, heroes. All it is mere myth. Fancy designed to simply entertain simple-minded babes in arms. Who are these selfless souls that place their lives on the line in order to save the world and their fellow man, huh? If such paragons exist, I certainly have not met one. I mean, in the real world, there is some truth to that little bit of mindset, but it's still a little bit exaggerated. This various fellow was imprisoned for entreating children of the village to steal and perform sundry other acts of wickedness. Such foul enough to carry out such acts oneself, 'tis foul to encourage others to do so on one's behalf, don't you agree? Give thyself unto evil, let it blacken thy heart, let thievery and violence be its fuel. Yeah, it's the same thing we saw in Rippleport as well. I don't remember there being this context with the original version, but it goes without saying at this point. I came here learning of a diviner capable of providing glimpses of the future. Alas, she had no such glimpse for me. It was not a matter of not possessing sufficient coin to satisfy her. She simply had no interest in reading my fortune, or so she says. Such a disappointment. Though I did formerly roam hither and yon through the land, nary a K in the world, I did have my fortune told upon arriving here was advised to remain. Advised into no uncertain terms at that, so I did. If I had continued as planned, I'd be on my way to Moonbrook by now. 'Tis a city of surprising beauty, or so I'm told. Yeah, you kind of lucked out there, buddy. Nor resident diviner is often corrected her predictions. He is somewhat irrescriptible. Why, she even turns away the wealthy upon a whim. What do you have to say to me, then? Well, then, what do we have here? A whimsical little band indeed, and one in whom I see much of the way of amusement. Very well, allow me to offer you a few words of wisdom. Victory and defeat, meeting and partings, these shall be your substance upon the road, and if you wish to open the door of truth awaiting at the end, thou must seek out ancient memories. Forget not these words, but do not heed them overmuch, stow them away somewhere safe. All right. Been added to the memory list. Almighty God of us, this humble soul would beg of thee thy mercy, for I have squandered all that I own on Tamboya, and my beloved life shall surely leave me. You went gambling and got yourself into trouble, didn't you? Strange, considering most of those tickets only come when you buy other stuff, so... I don't know how you gamble your life savings away doing that. Unless you just are buying random stuff from the store to get the tickets, I guess. I suppose that's one way you could do it. I don't know how practical that is, but... Two chief ingredients of adventure is courage and curiosity, or at least so say some. But not I. Ted's is his steadfastness that matters the most. One step at a time, over and over until the journey's end. Reach the island in which the Dragon Lord's castle stands is no easy feat. The Rainbow Bridge appears only when those prove themselves truly worthy. Or when they just hand me the Rainbow Drop, which they already did. God, I try and try, but I've never even won the least prizes on this accursed Tombora. Almost as if it was designed to rob us of our hard-earned coin. Oh, now it's costing 2 tickets per spin. Well, no luck this time with the that I've had with some of the other ones. Can you do naught about this fellow beside me? I do not object to bard song in principle. When it continues all day long, incessantly, day in and day out, it begins to be great most mightily. Don't know what to tell you there, lady. Think you might be out of luck. What is that I spy beneath the sea? A realm of black, or what could it be? The mermaid's home. Umbra ticket. Did I not give to win the Gustarang from the Tomboya? Not only can it strike all enemies with a single throw, but passing force too. All foes would surely quiver the sight of me if I possessed such a weapon. Alas, I have neither the training nor acumen to wield such a wide striking weapon as boomerangs and whips. Even if I were had the good fortune to win, it would be wasted on me. I think buying any of this stuff is really gonna... No, none of it's helping me here, because I don't have the money for it. Okay, so only just started drying up on funds here. I guess I entered this weird space here where the monsters are either too strong or too weak to me. Where is he? I clearly instructed him to meet me in the corner of town, and yet he keeps me waiting. Does he not understand I have something great import to tell him? Well, history repeats itself. This is where our magic key creator was originally at. I'm a line of keymakers, and after much trial and error, was finally able to repeat my ancestors' crowning achievement, that the crafting of an unbreakable magic key. I did set out for Tenenjo and hoped to show it to the king, but it did wave it around so pridefully on the boat between here and there that I dropped into the sea. Larks, I'm a blundering half-wit. You dropped into the ocean? Ugh. Is most dangerous for him, probably. Tap, scroll. Nobody can use it now. Hey, have you seen my friend? She asked me to meet her in the corner of town, yet she's nowhere to be seen. Then I think about the town as more than one corner. Probably should have been more specific about that. Okay. Dwarf Cave doesn't seem to be on the map, so the only other place is the shrine to the south. Then I guess the Dragon Lord's castle. Oh, wow. Seriously? I barely stepped outside of town. Ah. That was the wrong NBC. Okay. Probably not a good idea to venture any further south, just based on what I've seen so far. So, maybe let's head to the Dragon Lord's castle and see how we're faring at that point.
Yep. Let's see. Mid heal.
I must focus.
Better not die there if I can help it. Three treasures on this level. I remember better to not go left first if I want to explore everything. I made that mistake the first time.
Now I'm angry!
How much for you lot? Oh, hello, Green Dragon. You're definitely not what I wanted to see here.
This is all you deserve.
Some Dragon Slash.
Mid-heal!
My thanks.
Well, it doesn't seem nearly as strong as it was in the first game anyway. Maybe it's just having the multiple party members makes everything about this easier. Kind of what I said in the beginning when I first started this playthrough. I kind of suspected that the balancing behind everything would be feel a little more fair in Dragon Quest II than it did in the first one, just due to the party size changing everything. Really easy as one character to get caught off guard by some random nonsense that happens to be sprung your way. Rare ring. Sorry, need a second here. Oh, up, down. Okay, now I can return to the exit and go the other direction now. It's a lot faster than walking all the way through. Well, that wiped them clean out, didn't it? Uber effective. Missed them completely. Holy crap. missing so much?
Allow me.
Up. Two treasures in here. Dragon slash that. For defend for the moment. Well, that sucks. Well. I just got unlucky. Just got unlucky. Think I can buy anything that would help here, but need much to get that. Alright, back to the Dragon Lord's castle. Let's continue on. Alright. Like, I went a pretty long way before hitting another fight, so...
Now I'm angry!
Storms, rage!
Ah!
I don't understand why she has that ability, but... Well, less I know, though.
I shall sweep you aside!
Yeah!
Heal. There. Okay, nothing further to do down here anyway. Well, now we can head out of here and actually head to the main part here. have anything to remove confusion with, so I'm gonna have to just hope for the best here. Casting it on me. Okay. Way through the tunnels underneath the castle again. Funny, I felt like I did this recently. Level 20. Whack. Okay, nothing here. Take care of the hoodlums before they cause me issues.
I shall sweep you aside!
Bad for you, I didn't cast any spells. Oh, a lot of green dragons.
You shall suffer!
Level 20. Magic barrier focus. Oh, magic key box. Oh, that's not good. Good thing it doesn't matter. Oh, wow. Hit them both really hard. This way. Magic key box.
How about you?
This way. Round and down. Oh. Repair this thing quickly.
That was close.
Oh, jeez. Tell me about that. Well, this dungeon feels even longer when I did it the first time. I guess it is basically just the same final dungeon, but we're doing it again. Ice shield. I'll take it.
I shall sweep you aside.
On the plus side, once we get through here, I should be able to have enough experience points to actually be able to explore some of the other areas I had to ignore earlier. Oh boy, assuming I can get out of this one piece.
You shall suffer.
Now I'm angry.
Everybody's HP as high as I can, just in case the thing decides to... Yeah, that's what I was concerned about. Oh, there's only a single treasure on this level, and here it is. Another cannon box instead. Oh, jeez. Hatchet Man. Quickly. Okay, so this is the right stairway, because the other one just leads to the endless staircase. Battle Fork. Okay, it is actually stronger than my Knuckle Busters are. Yep, because that's where Edric's sword was previously, but... Okay, we're approaching the 4-hour mark. I'm not ready to stop yet, so I'm going to go ahead and let's do another break here. And let's at least try to get through this part here. We'll be right back. All right. Okay, let's see here. A wee bit low on magic, but magic water. Go ahead and pump them with a few of these. I know we're almost at the bottom here, so I really don't want to have to go all the way back up and then come all the way back down again.
Do not fret.
Oh, crap. Ugh. Oh, of course, and there's a boss fight right here. Ugh, damn it. That was the worst timing possible. Ugh. I just went very poorly at the last moment possible. Now let's check for gear and then start the climb again, the ascension again. First, let's head back to the Metal Palace to turn in the mini medals we have. Okay, she can learn it. Oh. That's right. There's even more than one place you can actually go. Jumping straight back there, I'm gonna run around a little bit, I think. It said the flames you see here first lit in order that a wounded traveler might again gain respite from the fiends that did hound them. Where has the flame not burned itself since that day, you ask? Oh, wherever indeed. Though where rain does fall, the wind does blow, it still burns bright and true. I believe myself this is no mere monster scaring pyre, but unquestionable flame that brave traveler's indomitable spirit. Bahan. That's right. After the point where you get the ship, in the original game, things would just sort of open up in every direction. The humble fishing village of Saha welcomes you, friend, though the fish folk are in short supply these days. Fisher folk are in short supply of late. You there. You came by a ship, did you not? Tell me, did you see any fishermen endeavoring to reach the village on your shore? I do not believe so. Why? Is not all well? My husband and his crew set sail some days ago, but no one has seen them since. I long believed they had run aground on some island. They find themselves unable to return until their ship is repaired. And yet I cannot fear the worst has come to pass. Yes. I know I should tell myself that my dear Sylvester is no more, yet I still hope that one day he'll appear at my door as if nothing were amiss at all. Foolish daydream, I know. The one that cuts me to the quick. Hurts me the most. I did not even say goodbye. Well, it's good, Fisher wife. Where your husband headed? Wherefore? We're on a journey across this realm to bring peace to people's hearts. If we can help you find your husband, it would be an honor. But if his ship was wrecked, yours might be too. I could not ask you to take such a risk, could I? We know full well what the danger awaits us, but we are resolved to face them. Indeed, we had faced many dangers on our journey thus far and overcome them all. That would mean much to me. Even if you fail to find them, at least I would know how to live the rest of my life. You would learn more. Pray speak to the man tending to the boats. Is he a fellow fisherman? Yes, one of the few that did not join that day, but he'll be able to tell you whether my husband and his men were headed. Thank you again, and please be safe. I did always speak of the police as sea of a great joy and merriment, and yet Sylvester, my son, returneth not from the sea. I do not know what to say to his wife. He insists that he is well is to be reckless. I'll have to suggest that he is not as careless. Curse that boy and the trouble he has caused me. It is all my fault. Long did I daydream of being the only man on a deserted isle, fortunate fellow amidst a crowd of beautiful maidens. Not like this, not the cost of my fellow fishermen's lives. Forgive me, friends. In my younger days, I traveled the realm with a band of my own companions. We did battle our share of fiends. I'm certainly we only survived thanks to how the three of us divided our duties. Two of our party showed no mercy while others focused on healing. Then, when we faced foes of a fiercer nature, two of us would turn our efforts to healing the hurts they dealt us. I hope to ensure your career as adventures along and fruitful. I suggest you to think tactically. Alright. Here's the place we do offer our prayers to the gods of the deep, but perhaps not as sufficient enough of them for all the men of our village are. To marry my dear daughter in her favorite straw hat, playing in the sunshine with her little friend, is a fun one indeed. I know we owe our lives to the sea, but I cannot help resenting it. It has taken so many of us over the years. And I know this won't be the last time it does. You said that the fiends of the sea grew more and more numerous as of late. Have the gods of the deep been anchored, perhaps? Fight like a lady. If thou shalt find thyself cornered by a slimy, slivering fiend of one description or another, first step thou must take in correction is to lull into a false sense of security. Begin thy battle with a soothing song, or maybe blow a kiss, and followed by heaping lashes of love upon it. When the beast's savage heart is soothed, it is putty in thy hands, and lay it low with slobbering slap. And the monster will learn the error of its ways, and never dare approach thee in the same impure matter. Ladies of the realm do not need to fear fiends. You overcome a dangerous trap making your way here. I see you're adventurers of some skill. May the goddess continue to watch over you on your journey. Fighting like a man, wave thy sword around the place. That's an awfully straightforward method, but I guess whatever works. Oh, hello, forgive me. I have not been myself since my husband failed to return from his voyage. Our dog, too, is is desperate to reunite with her master. She has been laying by his side since he was but a boy. Well, the dog over there yonder did bark most viciously at me and tug at my sleeve. Why must it frighten me so? Wah. You know, I happen to be an adventurer of little-known renown. Let me tell you how to cure the effects of behezelment and confusion. Prove I speak true. You cannot rely on magic. No, you need a dazzle-me-not or an angel bell. I know this from many long years of bitter experience. Of listening to my worried guts of a father. Did you really take me for an adventurer? No. Okay, yeah, that's because I had the wrong weapon equipped. Okay. Last fishing trip I had to remain behind that day came down with a ghastly illness. Who knew it would prove to be a blessing in disguise? You know which fishing grounds your companions were making for? We're in mind to follow in their wake. Why in the goddess's name would you want to do that? The mermaids will devour you alive. You just say... Indeed, I am. The sirens have lured many men to their doom. Perhaps you think them the stuff of fairy tales, but I assure you they're all too real. I was disappointed when it happened, something just like this. You mean a ship and the souls aboard were lost? Precisely, a mermaid ensnared one of the fishers in her thrall. He told everyone who had listened about her, but nary a soul believed him. Then one day, his boat sank to the depths of the ocean, never to be neither it nor its crew to be ever seen again. Well, except the man himself, he washed up on the shore the next morning. Alive? I said this is no fairy tale. In his cold, clammy hands he clutched an earring, the self-same he had boasted about receiving from his beloved mermaid. Now as the creature pulled the man and his entire ships into the depths then? So goes the tale. Afterward, the villagers took the earring and enshrined it on the isle in the west, together with a set of sacred claws. Their divine power might ward off the mermaid's evil sever our connection with them once and for all. Besser thought it might just be superstition. He blamed man's demise on bad luck in stormy seas. Doubtless the mermaids bluster at being dismissed so easily. He tempted fate and proved to be his undoing. Well, yes, if any merfolk are listening at present, I would like to make it clear I do believe you exist. It's men they seek. Maybe we'll have better luck escaping their clutches. After all, if either of you should come enthralled, I'll be there to restore your senses with a sharp slap to the face. Most, generous offer, dear cousin, but I wish not to trouble you so. Ha! Yours a dowly fellowship indeed. I shall mark the spot on your map, but I pray thee, if you mean to go, then go there with caution. How long the days must be when you don't know the fate of your beloved. Makes the mermaids sound like a fearful creatures indeed. Yet I dare we fear more from arousing the ire of our own dear cousin. Bright Shrine. I forgot how many options I'm being given here. Places where prayers might be offered in order to protect oneself from the scourge of the mermaids, terrors of the deep. Or is it warp pad? Oh, this is the warp from Middenhall. God, that's where this was located. Let's see, there's a couple of other starting spots on the map. Rose Whip. I don't think Bang is worth using, so I might as well just use Loop for this purpose. Well, that's that. Oh, finally got Zing, at least on one character. A revival spell. It's not a guaranteed revival per se, but
You look cold.
once a town? If it was, it would seem to have been some time since anybody lived here. Well, town or no, I grow weary. Shall we rest a while before continuing on our way?
Fools! This is no resting place.
Who are you?
Were those devils to discover you, they would surely... Please, you must follow me.
What is the meaning of this?
Still thy tongue and move, girl, quickly! This way!
This is...
Burrowwell.
An entire town lay beneath our feet?
What is this? Outsiders? Were they seen? Pray, tell me they were not. They were not. I did bring them below as quickly as I was able.
If I might ask, where precisely are we?
Burrowwell, a town established by those fortunate enough to escape Rendarak with their lives. We chose to dwell beneath the earth that we might better evade detection by marauding fiends. This place lieth but a stone's throw from foul Hargon's lair. Great care must be taken to avoid his minions' gaze.
Truly, his dwelling place is close by.
Aye, in Rendarak, which was once a land both fair and free, until he did build a shrine unto himself at its center.
You must tell us. How might we gain access to this shrine?
Gain? No human may safely approach it. Besides, it is girded all about by mountains, and the lands around it teem with Hargon's underlings. To venture near it is to invite certain death.
A direful place indeed.
Yet we are of the line of mighty Erdrick, and will journey there nonetheless. The world must be rid of Hargon's evil. To have learned of his dwelling place is a boon indeed. You have our thanks.
The line of Erdrick, you say? Well, make yourselves at home. But when you wish to return to the surface, pray speak with the guardsman over yonder. He will go before you, and ensure that no monsters lurk nearby. Very well. You'll excuse me.
His tune changed rather suddenly. Welcome, friends, to Burrowwell. We did retreat here beneath the ground in order to escape Hargon's attentions. Good stuff, but none of it I can afford. I was one of the lucky few who escaped when dark alive. Remember that fateful night as it was yesterteen. Though they tried their best to protect us, the king and his men were scattered and all to be overcome. Boom scroll. Platinum shield. Cannot be learned by any of them. Or it's probably more that you can't teach it to the princess because she learns it naturally. To avoid you wasting the scroll on people that can't actually use it. I heard the chief's father was a soldier of some standing at Renadark or its fall, I do not doubt. He's a fine leader. One day I hope to walk under the sun and to scream and shout as loudly as I please. I only wish my beloved daughter would one day be able to run free and happy beneath the sun, but such wishes are futile in times such as these, I suppose. My daughter is forced to live under such miserable, strict conditions. Why, when there is so much... Why, when there is such as much of an inkling of the fiend above, she must remain silent and still as a grave, poor thing. Fiends that fill the oceans in these parts don't pose much of a threat. These to the north, however, are a different story. Many sailors have met their end in those unwelcoming waters. If the winds turn northward when you are at sea, you would do well to aim for the nearest harbor. The weaponry on sale in our town is surprisingly fine, I must say. The designs are inspired by a generation of Veronican craftsmanship. It's rare for us to receive visitors here in Borwell. Is all well? You were not as spies entering by any onlookers, were you? Stamina. Somewhere out there in the wide world, there exists a key of opening any door. Yet if such a treasure were to fall in the wrong hands, every cell door in the world might be thrown open, all the devils let loose upon us. Wait not for the enemy-induced ailments to heal on their own. Nay, if your party should succumb to slumber or confusion, heal them as soon as you're able to. This especially applies to paralysis. Time is no balm for this particular affliction during battle. One must need to use the appropriate antidote. I recall hearing that maritime animals are particularly fond of paralyzing their foes. Make sure you take a moonwort bud or two with you if you go to sea. I did shutter my humble establishment for want of stock, but the fiends have made it impossible to acquire any. Other establishments, too, stand gravely at the risk due to the lack of goods to sell. This place was once little more than a dank and narrow cave, but slowly, over the long years, the survivors of the fall of Rendark have made it to what you see today. Here we watch over to all those strays and stragglers who were driven from their homes by fiends and who thereafter chance to wash up on our doorstep. Stop now, fiends. I remember not a thing before waking up here in Burrowell. Kind guards of this fair town did happen upon my prostar form and brought me back here safely. I do not know who I am or where I came from, but I have one memory, that of a straw hat. When I close my eyes each night, there it is. Chief and the captain of the guard are within.
Scions of the hero's line. Then this is surely the perfect opportunity. Come, we must strike while they are yet with us.
I had suspected thou would say as much. Wouldst thou so blithely shatter the peace we've striven so hard to safeguard? I have told thee, have I not? As long as the stone is ours, we have naught to fear.
Thee and thy precious stone. Far better to seek the help of heroes than of some goddess-forsaken rock.
Might there be something we can help you with, perhaps?
Thy timing is perfect, friend. We would ask that thy company stand beside us in battle.
Perhaps if you might explain a little more.
But of course, I'm captain of the town guard. And let us just say that myself and the chief are not entirely in agreement. We live here in meekness and silence. That the guard is posted air overhead, and precious few of us are suffered to leave the town.
With Hargon hard by, this...
It is. And yet, this is no way to live. For how long do we mean? Far better surely to run not from the next cry of monster, but towards it.
And invite their fellows to come a-looking for them when they fail to return. And this, assuming we are even able to... What sacrifices might the guard, nay, the town, be forced to make should...
And so thou proposest that we stand ready with thy wondrous rock, hoping to bargain for our lives instead.
Wondrous rock?
A stone possessed of magical properties. One need only touch it to feel its power. It seemeth the fiends do covet it.
Could it be?
I had thought to offer it up should Hargon's underlings discover the town, and in exchange...
Thou wouldst bargain with demons, and nay, the fiends would surely take the stone for themselves, and slay us all regardless. Better to stand and fight from the first.
And what of the town elders, and its babes in arms? Wouldst thou have them too stand and fight? Though the chance of success might be slim, surely it is better to attempt to bargain with them than to... And besides, to take a life is no easy...
The captain has the right of it. One cannot hide from monsters and hope for the best. What?
But what of those...
At least they will have fought. Do you not agree, cousin?
I stand with the chief.
Well?
Okay, I don't remember this choice being...
blood.
What nest of humans have we stumbled upon here? Come, aid me in destroying them. Lord Hargon shall hear of our achievement. But what, worm? Again you tremble and stutter and dither like a ninny. And you call... Watch as I slay these humans here.
Please, is there naught we might do to convince? Must we fight?
Pathetic! Humans will ever beg for their worthless lives, and we monsters will ever laugh as we take them. No, boy, look out!
Okay, I don't know what to expect from this thing, so proceed with caution.
You shall suffer! Allow me. Do not fret.
Now I'm angry! Why?
Allow me. We are allies.
Yeah, I have a feeling I jumped into this way sooner than I'm supposed to be.
Never fear.
Okay, yeah, so it auto-saved before I did all this, so we'll just... just grab the items and then we'll probably push forward to someplace else. We have one other place we can go instead. Okay, break time. We'll be right back. that last location is probably easiest accessed from Zahan, then traveling east, because the maps in this game loop. Of course, assuming these things aren't, like, ridiculously powerful.
I must focus. Orcs. I've really gotten off track, but, oh well. Buran.
Well, this town is rather fetching. Do you think we have time for a short tour of the place? Hello, hallay! It's time to...
The town does indeed have a certain charm. Let us each explore it at our leisure a while.
Welcome, friend, to Buran, the floating city. Right, do not conspire with the fellow in prison within. He's a dangerous sort. We enjoy a close and fruitful relationship with Durkendor. and so sending soldiers to watch over us. They are kind indeed. It's almost idyllic, would you not agree? I think you were right. I think we were right to listen to Canadoc and stopped here a while. I was dispatched here as part of the contingency from Darkandor. Though this place is passing pretty, it lacks any army of its own, therefore requiring our protection. A journey in search of the storied Thunderbolt Blade was forged such that even unlearned in the arcane art such as myself may call upon the wrath of a storm. Over Tiara. I've heard tales of beasts of the brine that are resistant to incarnations of fire, ice, and wind. That if anyone should have any hope of victory, they should rely on lightning magic. Nonsense, I say. I've yet to meet a foe that I failed to fell with a fairly suitably strong weapon. Brawn always triumphs over brains. A word to the wise. Should you meet with a merchant offering tasty-looking arms upon your travels, be sure to post them post-haste. Your seafaring will be a lot smoother for it. My apologies. There's much to be done before the games can begin. Do stop by once they have. One has not lived until one has been the Tobolia. East of here is where the ill-fated land of Renadark once stood. It was attacked by monsters laid low in its entirety but in a single evening. Hast thou heard the tales of dubious priests and sisters of the faith who have been appearing in towns across the land? Upon arriving here in town, I did despise not one but two men of the cloth, and did think them to be suspicious characters, but they seemeth our mentor and pupil, none more. Forgive me, gentle priest, for thinking ill of you. I am a mistrusting rogue indeed. I have neither fame. I need neither money nor fame. I need only a gentle breeze. Stay out across this lake all day long. I have this sinking feeling I know what this place is. Though travelers do bring us many tales of later feeds on the prowl, I pay them little heed. After all, look around us. All's pleasant and peaceful here in Baran. Yeah, that's probably not the best way to go about it. Those who believe shall be saved, if only it were that simple. Alas, I fear that whatever power is watching over us is somehow less straightforwardly benevolent than that. I was greatly wounded by a fiend and was brought here to this place, where the priest did tend to my hurts. Not only those physically, but spiritually also. I was much vexed and discouraged, therefore thought myself invincible. Please remain with us for as long as thou needs. Magic armor. Priest is a kindly man indeed. He had offered much in the way of succor over the years to myself and my father, yet he seems distant somehow. Anger veils not even righteous anger. To be enraged by the wicked is to lose part of oneself to them. All such negative sentiments, anger, spite, bitterness, do return to haunt us. Truly we must reap whatever we sow. Mini medal. Pointy hat. Okay, I'm going to do something real quick here. I'm going to go ahead and save the game. As I said, I have a feeling I know what this place is. If I'm correct on it, there could be some consequences that I may not be able to remove if I make a mistake here. I'm going to save just in case I have to pull back.
I must say, this stroll through town has done me a world of good. The view from here is simply stunning. Do you not agree?
A monster! Run for your lives!
May this be a lesson to you. Naught but despair and oblivion await those who blaspheme.
Back, fiend! Thou shalt proceed no further, even if it should cost me my life.
It need not come to that.
No, it need not. Though this fellow does look rather formidable. We must keep our wits about us, cousins.
Wait! You think yourselves capable of slaying me? That'll keep me laughing long after you're gone!
Okay, let's see if this is another of that, of the Succio bat situation. If it hits me too hard or whatever. I think I'm jumping around way more than I probably should be.
How does it feel?
You're open! Ah! heal!
Okay. So it is a similar situation.
Well, this...
The town.
Okay, now that I've done the running around, I think at this point probably the best thing for me to do is to just continue on with the Dragon Lord stuff where I left off before. Gained a few levels, have a few more pieces of equipment, so I should be better equipped to handle some things here. Since I've already explored this place, I can just make the beeline for the quickest way to the end that I can, really. I think this is the longest stream I've ever done, I think. I kind of got sidetracked and then thought I was just going to finish the Dragon's Lord Castle. I ended up going for another couple hours of running around aimlessly. Don't know why I decided to do that, but hey. Oh boy. Wonder if I'm getting tired and that's why I'm getting so friggin' reckless. has got unlucky with the confusion, unfortunately. What? Ugh. Starting to feel a little bit now. Admittedly, I think all that running around I was doing was just stalling for me having to go back through the Dragon Lord's castle again. I'm not casting on you.
Cold?
And you're done. Alright. All right. Curse that plaguey Dragon Lord. We invite him to join us, just as Lord Beardile instructed, and he throws it back in our faces. Who does the Papa's Ass think he is? Does he not know that he's not with us and he is assuredly against us? To think us refused. Perhaps he is as dangerous as they say. Ha! Not dangerous enough to resist the horde we shall bring against him when we return. He shall pay for his arrogance. Mark my words. And who might you be, puny humans? Never mind who we are. Who are you? From what it sounds like, no friends of the Dragon Lord. No, indeed, and all that defy the will of Lord Haggard will be obliterated. You included. spellcaster first.
Do not fret.
Draining me of my magic, but... Nope, that's one down.
Do not fret. Now the real work begins. Do not fret.
Why are you evading so much?
Mid-heal. Mid-heal.
Much better.
And you're gone. So the Dragon Lord is yet master of this castle? Really not. Mighty Edric slew the Dragon Lord long ago. Then perhaps it is one who pretends to be him? Just as another pretends to be you, perhaps. And this person is one wise in the manner of the world who the King of Tangel spoke? I know not, but it's plain he's no friend of Hagon. Which would make him a friend of ours, no? Not necessarily. I fear it's a little too soon to make any assumptions on that front. Wonder who this Belladol was whom the creature spoke of. That name familiar to you, dragon? I've not heard the name either. The fiends call Hagar and Beladile Lord both. We can infer they're probably allies or associates of some kind, at the very least. We can. Insightful deduction. You were truly blessed with a fine mind. You were too kind, but we can't be sure of anything yet. As this last encounter amply proved, we cannot afford to be complacent. Agon's minions lie in wait in every corner, even here. Oh, it's actually better than the weapon he has currently. I kind of assume those two are going to level up fairly soon, but... Either that or I use more magic waters to give them a little more space, but... Oh, that's a final key box. Oh, God damn it. It happened again! rush for the teleporter. Kind of a giant gamble for me to do that, but... But I don't want to have to walk through the entire thing again. If he had killed any of the others except her, I would have been fine. But he didn't. Took out the only one I can't revive. Well, at least now all I have is the Dragon Lord's chamber itself. Okay, 9 treasures at this level. Fully healed. It'd be good here. Not dealing with that again. I remember all 9 of them are in the same spot. They're all in one room. Unfortunately, that room is at the very beginning of the area. Boom lashing of love. Really? Okay, I need other keys for this. Okay, let's just go ahead and wrap up the stuff here because I need so many of the other keys. There's probably no point of wandering around aimlessly. Hello, Dragon Lord.
So, thou art come before me at last. I am the Dragon Lord, Master of Masters, King of Kings. Long have I awaited this moment.
You lie! You are not he! The Dragon Lord was slain long ago by our ancestor, mighty Erdrick, no less. You are an impostor, a trickster, a sham!
What, pray tell, do you find so amusing?
Forgive me. Perhaps I should explain. If thou wilt permit me another attempt. I am the Dragon Lord's great-grandson.
His what?
It seemeth my great-grandfather did give thine esteemed ancestor a good deal of trouble. But rest assured, I do not mean to do the same myself. I have no quarrel with humankind.
This was in the original game, it was just very differently
Can that
approached.
truly be so? I do not mean to doubt you, but...
Oh, please, doubt away. 'Tis only to be expected, but I speak true, I promise thee. Why else would I have ejected those sniveling fiends who did just now come a-crawling?
We fought those self-same fiends. We met them as we entered the castle, and they did set upon us most mercilessly.
So they learned nothing from their chastisement at my hand, and fell straight to attacking innocent humans. I shall not be so quick to let such visitors escape unscathed in future.
So you truly are not allied with Hargon?
Heavens, no. Though he doth pester me most mightily to join him, I have no desire to see the world laid waste. He was an unpleasant fellow.
You know him? Then please, You must teach us of him. My homeland was destroyed by a horde under his command. I journey to see that my people and my father are avenged, and that no other land is made to suffer as Moonbrook did. Hargon must be stopped.
So that is thy game. Then thou must needs gather the 5 sigils.
Sigils? The monsters at the lake too spoke of sigils.
Ah, so you know of them. Hargon hath set his underlings to seek them out, and with some urgency it seemeth. In them is contained all the power of nature, a power that can be conferred upon the wielder. Though to the casual eye, they seem mere stones etched with strange symbols. Still, those able to sense such things will know them for what they truly are.
And Hargon would make their power his own. Or does he have some other purpose in setting his vassals to seek them out?
Alas, that question I am not permitted to answer. I do not mean to hinder thee in thy quest. It is simply not my place to furnish thee with such knowledge.
Not your place? But...
I shall do this instead. I shall point you in the direction of those who do possess the right. I hear that they are currently in need of assistance themselves. The news of their plight hath reached me just now, in fact. Fortuitous timing. Or fateful, perhaps. Northeast of Tantagel lieth the Shrine of Rain, wherein dwell the fairies. They find themselves under attack by Hargon's horde. Go to their aid.
Fairies? The creatures from the books my nursemaid read to me as a child?
Thou thinkest them mere myths? Well, thou wilt soon find that they are quite real. Indeed, their kind hold the very fabric of our world together. Will you go in my place, brave heroes? Should I venture forth to help them, I fear that I might lay the shrine low, and in so doing, cause more harm than good. Aid them, and they will tell you of the sigils. As I say, they are the ones entitled to do so, though they may not share their knowledge willingly or easily. Nonetheless, I do not doubt that they will take you one step closer to your goal. So, will you do as I ask?
Perhaps if we might confer among ourselves a moment first.
But of course, such decisions are not to be made lightly.
What do you think? Should we go to the fairies' aid? We should, of course. Do you not agree, Dragon? Well, I cannot say I do not have my doubts. We grew up, after all, with tales of how our ancestors and the Dragon Lord were sworn enemies. Taking guidance from his descendant feels surprisingly strange. But what if he says is true, then the fairies are in great need of our aid, and they're in very possession of the thing we seek, knowledge of the sigils. There's some manner we might have improved the claim that he doesn't think humans are his foes. Really, the knowledge he has been willingly giving us could be considered just that. It could, but I need further reassurance. Come, let us speak with him once more. Better safe than sorry.
And? Have you reached a decision?
We have. Forgive us our presumptuousness, but we would ask something of you. You say that you have no quarrel with humankind. Is there some way in which you might make proof of this?
This is the point on which you feel you must needs press me? But you are the scions of mighty Erdrick, I suppose. A certain wariness of me is understandable.
I mean, it's very fair here.
What might suffice, I wonder? Ah, but of course. How could I forget? I should have thought of it from the first. Fear not, little ones. I do not mean to belabor you with this blade. It is not in my power to wield it. I mean simply to return it to its rightful owners.
Return it? Whatever do you mean?
Though it is somewhat tarnished with age, this is a mighty weapon, the like of which only a great hero might wield.
You mean...
Indeed. This is the very blade that slew the Dragon Lord so long ago. Erdrick's sword. Though it hath lain dormant long, and lost much of its might in so languishing, it still possesseth the power to banish evil. Well, surely this proveth my...
Oh, it does. It more than proves it. Forgive us our mistrust of you. It was most
Yeah,
unkind.
you basically rusted version of the Edric sword. You got this from coming to him as well, so this is all playing out, just give it a lot more detail. The Fated Blade.
Thy gratitude is reparation enough. I pray that the blade might be restored to its full power ere long. Now go. The fairies have need of your aid. Northeast of Tantagel, do not forget. Hargon must not be suffered to succeed.
Aye.
That's right, and basically Edric's sword can be wielded by any of them, which is actually quite funny in a number of ways, really. Even the mage can equip it. Okay. I think that's probably enough for today. We've been going for over 6 hours. Holy cow. I completely lost track of time here. So, yeah, let's go ahead and wrap up for tonight. We'll come back to this next week. So, let's get to a stopping point here. All right. Been a long one. We made a little bit of progress tonight, and as well as redid all of our stuff with the New Year stuff. I thank you for joining me for all that, of course. It's pretty quiet this evening, so we're going to just go ahead and call it here. Thank you for joining me in the Nexus Realm, as always, and we'll see you next time.